FixerBot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 2 minutes. T minus 1 minutes.
Ah. There. Right, I didn't even actually switch scenes in. Right. I added to fix the camera when I changed the scene in OBS. But then, of course, StreamerBot has to be active. So, I have to add that to my to-do list. Let's do that at once, because I don't think I did before. So, this is my obsidian. And I just scrolled up to where we're actually going to start to add notes while doing TryHackMe. But first, like one to-do list could be a good tip here. This is the to-do list. So let's add at the top here, because I'll do that later, because I want to get going with the TryHackMe. Let's just make sure that we have audio. So let's see. Can't I just click this in Chrome to see if I'm actually online here? This one? Is it here? There it is. So... oh, so this is kind of, allow? Yeah, I want to allow it, but I want to mute it again. Yeah, I want to allow it, but I want to mute it again. Yeah, I want to allow it, but I want to mute it. So, now we muted it again. It's always good to see that you're actually alive. Actually alive. Okay, to the to-do list. Add in StreamerBot. Add at scene switch. I should be able to detect that, I hope. Make sure the camera format is the right one, or rather switch to the right one, of course, but we don't have to type it very explicitly. So here. Oh yeah, that was where I was making notes yesterday. Now let's see what the theme of today is, or this day 13. So a few months late, but I'll get there. Finally having time, hopefully. Yeah, let my recording started. I did that a bit ago. Good to check that my chat's on there. Yeah. This is a thing that I'm thinking, should I fix this now in StreamerBot? But let's add it to the list too, because I really want to get started. But as you can see, it says hours and minutes without actually there being any hours. And when I had this running, when not being online, it said just blank spaces. So StreamerBot is both of these, so make it simpler for myself there. Add ifs to stream duration. If streaming, if hours, if would have been the same amount of time to just do it, right? Minutes. And if I would happen to copy this, which I won't, I would get 1 equals instead of 2. That's nice. Not. There. Now let's starting. I actually clicked the start button like 7 minutes and 20 seconds ago. Let's start now. A proposed merger and the proposed merger and suspicious activities have kept all teams busy and engaged, so that the best festival company system are safeguarded in the future against malicious attacks. McSkitty assigns the B team, led by McConaughey Bell, to research and investigate mitigation and protect proactive security. The team's efforts will be channeled into a company's defense security process. You're a part of the team, security researcher tasked with gathering information on defense and mitigation efforts. Learning objectives. My god, I can't speak. It's too early. It's 7:40. Get some water. I usually don't work at this time. So, today we will learn apparently to understand incident analysis through the diamond model. Identify defensive strategies that can be applied to the diamond model. Learn to set up firewall rules and honeypots as defense strategies. Well, that's fun. Honeypot. I haven't done a honeypot. Connecting to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card. Oh my god, I usually just skip this without even thinking what I'm reading. Do I need to start the attack box, which I would call VM? Do I have to say that every time? No. Why do I keep saying it? Because I'm not awake, probably? So, we need to start it. Let's make sure I start my VM, because it doesn't take long, but still. I started already there. No split screen, no direct link. We get credentials, because we're going to configure stuff. Launch the virtual machine by pressing the green Start Machine button at the top right of this task, and the attack box by pressing the Start Attack Box button at the upper right of this page. Use the SSH credential below to access the VM and follow along the practical sections of the task. So we already got our IP here. My machine is starting. So just entering my password here. I think I'm going to move my control phone over here, which means I have to move my objective that I was trying with the microscope, the digital microscope. This here, I actually put on bigger. I have to show you this. So here, I bought this converter so we can actually put the big objective on this. Though I tried with my old Nikon 18200 zoom and it didn't work, cause apparently this is f1.8, which works, and the other one is 3.5 to 5.6, I think, and that's too dark. You can't see a thing, it's just black. So there, now I can actually switch quicker between the screens. So you can see here, where I will in 2 seconds have the code. So 2 letters entered of the password. No, I think I'll have to redo that, right? Oh, anyone know how to remove that beep? It's annoying. So we're in the machine. Let's open this up bigger. Good morning, machine. Let's there. And let's go here. I usually have the VPN one on another one, so we can check in on it if we want to easily. Maybe I should have like burp on the 3rd and Firefox on 2nd. I don't know if that's quicker. Alt-tab is quicker, probably, right? There's probably some shortcut to switch between them, right? It should be like Alt 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have been nice. But it's not, apparently, because I tried it. That would be the logical choice for me. So, to SSH. These credentials that we got. I have to put up my preview on my 3rd monitor, because I want to see what I'm doing. Right, there we have my OBS. Let's move it over to the screen so that I can actually see. Just tiny adjustment there, so I can see that I'm on the right screen at least. So these credentials, we're going to log in, but I don't think they really want us to do it already, because we might not even have started it, of course. Let's wait with logging in. Let's read all the stuff first. So, introduction. Intrusion detection and prevention is a critical component of cybersecurity, aimed at identifying and mitigating threats. When set up early, intrusion detection becomes a proactive security measure. However, in our story, the Best Festival company has to develop ways to improve their security given the magnitude of the recent breaches. All of us doing that. In this epic task, we'll embark on a thrilling journey through fundamental concepts, detection strategies, and the application of the diamond model of intrusion analysis in defensive security. Incident analysis. Consider the cyber threat events that have recently taken place within the Best Festival company and Antarctic Crafts. We have identified clues and artifacts, but we're yet to piece them together to lead us to the attacker. We need a framework to profile the attacker, understand their moves, and help us strengthen our defenses, okay? The diamond model. So let's check this out, because I have never heard of this. Curvature diameter of intrusion analysis. Okay, so it's adversary infrastructure capability and victim. Well, I guess we should do that later then. Though you can feel my resistance against the blue side. No, everything is good. At 8, I'm going to wake up my 13-year-old, so quick break then for 2 seconds, hopefully. The diamond model is a security analysis framework that seasoned professionals use to unravel the mysteries of adversary operations and identify the elements used for an intrusion. It comprises of 4 core facets, interconnected to form a well-orchestrated blueprint of the attacker plans. Okay, so this is the diamond. And we have the adversary, victim, infrastructure, and capabilities. Oh, and I don't read them again there. We'll wield the knowledge we gained from previous days in Advent of Cyber to unlock the secrets hidden within these core features. Adversary. In our exciting storyline, we have discovered a suspected insider threat causing trouble within the Best Festival company and interfering with the proposed merger with Antarctic Crafts. This individual, who we'll call the adversary operator, is not just an ordinary troublemaker. Oh, that's... At least the stream duration one goes off as it should. So 20 minutes is kind of an even number. 5 minutes and 20 minutes. We'll see when the next time is. Sorry for avoiding the important stuff. With checking my new editions. Have some tea. They are the clever attacker or malicious threat actors responsible for cyber attacks or intrusions. Adversary operations can be an individual or an entire organization aiming to disrupt the operations of another. That's not the only type of adversary. The adversary customer is another intriguing player in this grand scheme. They are the one who reaps the rewards from the cyber attack and can consolidate the efforts of various adversary operators. Okay? Picture this: a collection of adversaries working together to orchestrate widespread security breaches. Just like the enigmatic advanced persistent threat groups. So we have another room. No, it's information. Okay. So, definition of advanced persistent threat. An adversary with sophisticated levels of expertise and significant resources, allowing it through the use of multiple different attack vectors, cyber-physical deception, to generate opportunities to achieve its objectives, which are typically to establish and extend its presence within the information technology infrastructure of organizations for purposes of continually exfiltrating information and undermine the critical aspects of a mission, or impede critical aspects of a mission. Okay. Program or organization, or place itself in a position to do so in the future. Moreover, the advanced persistent threat pursues its objectives repeatedly over an extended period of time, adapting to defenders' effort to resist it. Okay. And with determination to maintain a level of interaction needed to execute its objectives. Well, that said totally nothing except from what the words appears that. That's the most horrible definition. Oh well, let's skip this page. That was not well written. Okay. Victim. This is none other than the target of the adversary's wicked intentions. It could be a single individual or domain, or an entire organization with multiple networks and data assets. The Best Festival company finds itself at the mercy of these adversaries, and we must shield them from further harm. Infrastructure. Every adversary needs tools. And I'm distracted by this having an animation. Okay. Why do such a thing, right? They require software or hardware to execute their malicious objectives. I'm just thinking about how annoyed I am as Why do people animate web pages? Why? I don't get it. Fine if I moved my mouse over here and look at what it was, and there would be an animation, but to have an animated image like this when you're reading text, that's just annoying, right? Let's redo this one, because I wasn't actually thinking about what I was reading. Infrastructure. Every adversary needs tools. They require software or hardware to execute their malicious objectives. Infrastructure represents the physical and logical interconnection that an adversary employs. Our story takes an interesting twist as we uncover the USB drive that Tracy McGrady cunningly plugged in, disrupting Santa's. I remember this. Disrupting Santa's meticulously crafted plans. I did this in December, on the days, like I did this whatever day it was before, so it was months ago. But beware, adversarial infrastructure can be owned and controlled by adversaries, or even... I've never seen this word. Adversarial infrastructure, okay, can be owned and controlled by adversaries or even intermediaries like service providers. Capability. Sorry. Just taking time there. 4 minutes. Actually, I'll go and do it now, because 4 minutes is not that much, so... Be right back, just waking my 13-year-old up. There. He's a bit awake. I'll have to check on him later. His school doesn't start until afternoon, but he wanted to wake up early. At 8, and I'm already going at this. Oh my. That's when you could happen to do crazy stuff like almost tipping your glove over. Okay. Capability. Oh. What capabilities these adversaries have. What skills, tools, and techniques they employ. Here we shine a light on their tactics, techniques, and procedures. TTPs. Okay, so tactics, techniques, and procedures is an acronym that we should know probably. So let's save that. I do have an acronyms thing, I think. Is it like even a directory here? Probably. No, but this is the box. There, we have acronyms. So acronyms, there. That's good enough. Maybe I should have added but that's not an acronym, right? The diamond model should probably be in there somewhere. In the notes. So, here we shine a light on the tactics, techniques, and procedures that shape adversaries' devious endeavors. Okay, intruders or adversaries may employ various tactics, techniques, and procedures for malicious activities. Some examples include phishing. Adversaries may use deceptive emails or messages to trick individuals into revealing sensitive information or clicking malicious links. Exploiting vulnerability. Oh, too early, right? I have a good excuse today if I stumble on words. Exploiting vulnerabilities. Adversaries can exploit weaknesses and vulnerabilities in software, systems, and networks to gain unauthorized access or perform malicious actions. This was very well showcased on AOC Day 10, where we covered SQL injections as one of the techniques used. And I don't actually remember that. Have to scroll up to Day 10. I don't remember this. Just see what we did here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this was before stuff actually started getting interesting, I guess. It was not very complicated, I think. Maybe I should read this again later. Let's scroll for an eternity again. And when we click here, we'll have to scroll for an eternity once more. But not that long, hopefully. When you open a new one, I would suggest that we jump there, right to the top of it. Wouldn't that be nice? So, we read this one. So, social engineering. This involves manipulating individuals through psychological tactics to gain unauthorized access or obtain confidential information. Malware attacks. Adversaries may deploy malicious software such as viruses, worms, or ransomware to gain control over systems or steal data. I do feel it's kinda odd to put these in the same category, but I guess it's tactics, techniques, and procedures. So, okay, yeah. It's not just one category of things. Insider threat. This refers to individuals within an organization who misuse their access privileges to compromise systems, steal data, or disrupt operations. And I believe we had some grumpy person who didn't get a good role when they merged there, right? On our Christmas companies. Denial of service DOS attacks. Adversaries may overwhelm a target system or network with extensive traffic or requests, causing it to become unresponsive or crash. So, defensive diamond model. But not fear not, for we shall not be mere observers in this cosmic battle. We will harness the power of the diamond model's components. Particularly capability and infrastructure for our defensive endeavors. We will forge the best festival company into a formidable defender, no longer a helpless victim. Okay, sure. Defensive capability. It is said that defense is the best offense. In the quest for protection against adversaries, the best defense company must equip itself with powerful defensive capabilities. Two key elements of this are threat hunting and vulnerability management. Yeah. Threat hunting is a protective and interactive process led by skilled security professionals to actively search for signs of malicious activities or security weaknesses within the organization's network and systems. Organizations can detect adversaries early in their attack lifecycle by conducting regular threat hunts. Threat hunters analyze behavioral patterns, identify advanced threats, and improve incident response, developing predefined hunting playbooks. Oh my god, I have to turn this phone up. I get lots of notifications. Threat hunters analyze behavioral patterns, identify advanced threats, and improve incident response, developing predefined hunting playbooks and fostering collaboration among teams ensures a systematic and efficient approach to threat hunting. Yeah. Vulnerability management is a structured process of identifying, assessing, prioritizing, mitigating, and monitoring vulnerabilities in an organization's system and applications. Regular vulnerability scanning helps identify weaknesses that adversaries could exploit, prioritizing vulnerabilities based on their severity and potential impact, promptly patching or remediating vulnerabilities, and maintaining an up-to-date asset inventory is essential. Yeah, like forgetting a server somewhere. Nobody ever did that. Continuous monitoring, integration with threat intelligence feeds, and periodic penetration testing further strengthen the organization's security posture. Meanwhile, reporting and accountability provide visibility into security efforts. By integrating threat hunting and vulnerability management, organizations can proactively defend against adversaries, detect threats early, and reduce the attack surface. This is just blah 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 blah. A lot of this. These defense capabilities form a solid foundation for incident response and ensure the best possible defense for best festival company. I just feel like they're repeating themselves 3 times. And why have such a long text when they could have made it shorter? Well, whatever. Defensive infrastructure. The best festival company will construct their bastion of defense, fortified with tools and infrastructure to repel cyber attacks. Layer upon layer of hardware and software will be deployed, ranging from intrusion defense and prevention systems to robotic anti-malware solutions. The objective is to impede attackers by limiting their option to predetermined paths and disrupting their malicious actions with increased noise. What? Disrupting their malicious actions with increased noise. We'll see what they mean, I hope. This strategy serves as a deterrent to the attacker, making it more difficult for them to carry out their intended activities and providing, I guess that they mean that they're monitoring stuff, right? We're going to. This strategy serves as a deterrent to the attacker, making it more difficult for them to carry out their intended activities and providing an opportunity for detection and response. By implementing this approach, organizations can strengthen their cyber security posture and reduce the risk of successful attacks. In this section, we will guide Van Winkle on our quest to understand 2 essential components of defense structure. Mighty firewalls and cunning honeypots. This is the only sentence in this bit that's actually useful. Just repeating, I don't get it. It's kind of hot in here already from the lights. I'm thinking lights shouldn't be that warm, right? I guess we get... I imagine what this will be in the summertime. I guess I'll have to turn the AC on. Well, we'll see. So now we're actually going to do something, hopefully. Not just sit there watching. So, firewall. The mighty firewall is a guardian of networks and sentinel of cybersecurity. This network security device stands vigilant, monitoring and controlling the ebb and flow of incoming and outgoing network traffic. With its predetermined security rules, a firewall can repel a wide range of threats, from unauthorized access to malicious traffic, and even attempts to breach sensitive data. Firewalls come in many forms, including hardware, software, or a combination. Their presence is vital, a cornerstone of any cybersecurity defense strategy. The following are the common types of firewalls that exist. They're building the firewall here. Stateless packet filtering. This firewall provides the most straightforward functionality by inspecting and filtering individual network packets based on a set of rules that would point to a source or destination IP address, ports, or protocols. The firewall doesn't consider any context of each connection when making decisions and efficiently blocks denial of service attacks and port scans. So let's just make sure that we get this. I'll of course read the other ones and this will be more clear, but I mean, how would a DOS attack be stopped by blocking a port? That's what I don't get. Well, I'll read on. Stateful inspection. This firewall is more sophisticated. It is used to track the state of network connections and use this information to make filtering decisions. For example, if a packet being channeled to the network is part of an established connection. Okay. The stateful firewall will let it pass through. However, the packet will be blocked if it's not part of an established connection. So, it keeps track of network connection and filter on that. Proxy service. This firewall protects the network by filtering messages at the application layer, providing deep packet inspection and a more granular control over traffic content. The firewall can block access to certain websites or block the transmission of specific types of files. Web Application Firewall, WAF. This firewall is designed to protect web application. Thus block common web attacks such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, or denial of service attacks. Next generation firewall. This firewall combines the functionalities of stateless, stateful, and proxy firewalls with features such as intrusion detection and prevention and content filtering. For a reminder of the task, we shall focus on one application of a stateful inspection firewall in the form of an uncomplicated firewall. Is that an actual acronym? Uncomplicated firewall? Seriously? Well, sorry, it's not that funny. I'm just woke up. Everybody awake? Nobody awake? Okay, so configuring firewalls to block traffic. Von Twinkle knows that the uncomplicated firewall is the default firewall configuration tool available on Ubuntu hosts, and she decides to use it for this experiment. Initially, it's turned off by default, so we can check the status by running the command below. And now we're going to switch to the VM, but first, I guess that this is actually an actual, not as much this is a command, or it's built in Ubuntu firewall, so I should probably make notes on this, but I don't think I have it all on stuff like that. This is more like, I think I have something called like blue or something. Not that I mind. I mean, firewalls are good. So how should I organize this? That's my thought. Should I do it? It's not like a tool, though it is, but it's not. It's. Should I split this up? But I don't want to really. So the same information that you could use to defend, you can also use to attack something. So I kind of just ran out of numbers in between here. I just added this one the last. So let's add a new, I guess this is 21 then. Firewalls. Should it be more in the same? We'll notice. And defenses. Whatever. So let's make a new note. What did I copy? No, that's old. So let's copy that. I'm seriously very amused by this name, which is just stupid. My excuse is that yesterday I did not wake up this early. So let's, well, we don't need it to be, well, no, I don't want that. There, let's log in again to my calling machine here. And you can see the time there, right? 8:16. I should look at time there too. Proof that I'm actually tired still. Configuring firewalls to block traffic. When Twinkle knows that the uncomplicated firewall is a default firewall configuration tool available on Ubuntu hosts, and she decides to use it for this experiment initially, it's turned off by default, so we can check the status by running this command, though we'll need first to connect. So I'm scrolling up here to the information here. So let's SSH to this. So we have one Twinkle. Oh my god, I can't spell it. One tool. Twinkle. And remember, you can switch to screen if you think I'm on the wrong one. You just do exclamation mark left or right. And actually I added redeems too, so you can will redeem switch screens. THM/left and right/Kali. It's my different ones. I forgot to type. Well, which one should I show you? It doesn't matter here, right? I forgot to type SSH, so I just back to NKLE at 10, 10, 241, 43. there, and then we have the wonderful password of Twinkle Star. That I'm copying now. Let's paste it there, and we have Ubuntu. I've been thinking I should decrease the frequency that we get the information about the YouTube and Discord and whatever I have TTS. I'll decrease them because they're a bit annoying that they're so frequent, right? I think so. But sometimes when there's lots of chat, you know, it's kind of good too. And the stream duration, I think it's every 15 minutes. And that's mostly for IRL. It will read it within IRL stream, so we'll test that later. So here, let's go. We're one twinkle at this at IP. Okay, that's cute. Let's scroll down here again. Do I want to remember this? We'll see. We have it there anyway. So, I'm sorry. Still waking up. I just tabbed over to the right screen, so better let you see that too. So first, I'm sorry, but LS is kind of like I'm just curious here. What's this? Permission denied. Okay. But we're one twinkle. Oh, it's just execute. It's just execute. Okay. Well, let's see what they want us to do. Let's do what we're supposed to. We're supposed to type sudo u if we, which I probably shouldn't read because then I'll start loving again. No, will I? Status. So we want the password again, and I do have that still in memory. Status inactive. Okay. So, and then it says we don't currently have any rules, so we can define default rules to attack or block traffic. These can be set to deny all incoming connections and allow outgoing connections. And then there's instructions here. Sudo ufw default allow outgoing. The default outgoing policy changed to allow, it will say. And the sudo uf. Why am I so slow at saying ufw? Default deny incoming. Okay. So allow all outgoing traffic and deny all incoming traffic is the default, I guess. So we're supposed to type this. So and I'm going to type everything so that I remember things better. Because if you just copy paste, it's not the same, you know. So not a good place to be lazy. And we have sudo ufw default deny incoming there. And now we have both these set up, and I'm actually going to copy this bit and then I'm going to paste it. Oh, sorry, it was still on that screen with my focus. Let's paste it here, or we could do a no, let's do a group of that there. So the status one, I'm actually copying these parts too because this is kind of interesting. If I would use this, but I assume I would use something more probably named. I don't even remember what the one I've used is called. That's not a good memory. So let's just sh that so it's a bit more obvious. And let's continue reading. Additionally, we can modify and delete rules by specifying an IP address, port number, service name, or protocol. In this example, we can add a rule that allows legitimate incoming connections on port 22, which would allow connectivity via SSH. We should get 2 confirmation messages indicating that the rule has been implemented for IPv4 and IPv6 connections. Yeah, we better do that, right? So that we can still connect. So to start here, I'm going to copy this to our notes. Because, yeah, I assume that all this extra there. So firewalls rules can get more complex, incorporating specific IP addresses, subnets, or even specific network interfaces. Sudo UFE deny from IP address, rule added. Sudo UFW deny in on Ethernet 0 from. Okay, so you can even add what interface it's supposed to deny these on. So if this was coming from ETH2, it would be okay. Okay. Once we have added our rules, we can enable the servers and check the rule set. First, let's make sure we have these, because they kind of explain themselves. We don't need any notes more than just the. Well, I get the extra one. Yeah, of course. Can I somehow copy without getting this? I don't think, because I was already copying in the middle of this. Maybe there's some kind of thing that I don't know. Oh, Control Shift Paste made it not do those, I think. Because if I Control V, yeah, I get both. And if I Control Shift V, I get only text. Nice, nice, nice. Then we don't have to do lots of other stuff here. Example rules, and they explain themselves. There. So let's actually do this on the machine. Just going to scroll so that I can see most of it. Though, should we actually do these two? I guess so. Guess so. Let's do them. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to stream these hours like 2 days a week. So we'll see how that goes. Mondays and Wednesdays, because then I go with my kids to one of my kids to school in the afternoon, and that's when I'm doing like an IRL stream while he's at school, because it's just there for an hour. And that's the reason why I need to work from home, because I have lots of the kids. And then on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, I work at a company close by in the morning, and then on the afternoon I'm going to stream. While I will always be running to help the kids with something. So, but now they're actually sleeping probably still. Checking to what time it is. Yeah, I'll go and check if my 13-year-old did get up. If he's awake. Godmorgon. There. Oh, both awake, kinda. Not breakfast ready, really. Not that I feel like I'm breakfast ready, though I ate an hour ago. Oh well. Just making sure we're on the right screen. So we did the basic rules, allowing outgoing traffic and denying incoming. So now we have to add the rules. So first we add so that we allow 22 TCP. So following the directions here, sudo ufw allow 22/TCP, and it should update the rules for v4 and v6. Yeah. I heard someone actually going to start using v6 like not allowing v4 anymore. Some country, I don't remember what country it was. So we'll probably actually be using v6 sometime. What year did they start? I mean, will they come up with the definition? I won't look that up. Sudo ufw deny from 192, 168, 125. There. So deny from. So now we just specify the IP address. So nothing allowed from that one. And then we do sudo ufw deny n on. Okay, so the syntax here is different. So the n on E0 is the specific bit there for the Ethernet card. And then from 192. So I assume we could have just stopped there, and everything from Ethernet 0 would have been deny. But then we wouldn't have said in or out. So allow seems to be incoming, and deny from. You say from when you say it's outgoing, right? No, from it's incoming. What am I really saying? Is allow is incoming. How would we specify that let's say we want traffic incoming from something, but not to be able to send to it, or outgoing. Maybe I should look up more exactly. We might learn in this. And 168.100.26. So before I do anything else, I do want to know UFW help, and we get lots of information here. So I'm going to copy this to my notes. And it will be kind of obvious where these notes come from, right? One twinkle in the notes. So here we have the help, and I usually do something like this so that I can fold it, but for that to work you need to have another header too, you know. So if it's like whatever.
Gaming Golfer the Struggle Bus Israel says,
very nice note-taking smile.
Obsidian. Oh, thank you.
Smile.
Yeah, it's Obsidian. And then we can just cut this bit to the top, because the help is usually very interesting, right? So, and we can remove it so we don't see it. There. And we can see that this help comes from When Twinkles. We'll always remember that this was from the advent of cyber. But welcome in, Gaming Golfer. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm doing the advent of cyber. I did the up to number D10.
Are you in the cyber/info field already professionally?
No. I worked in IT since like 95, but then I've been home with kids with special needs. So that's where I am right now. I'm working a little bit with not cybersecurity stuff. And I'm thinking that I hopefully would be able to get a full-time job there by still helping the kids with some stuff. So that's my aim right now. So studying stuff. The name of this building firewall kind of made me laugh. Uncomplicated firewall. So are you working in infosec cybersecurity? I'm looking for a job anyway, so if you have any suggestions, I'm grateful. So,
Indeed I am. Blue team.
cool. Yeah, if you have any suggestions. I'm not sure. I haven't dared to apply to anything yet. I need to study up a little more, maybe a few weeks or something. Then I'll start applying to stuff because I want more base knowledge. And it's since I know a lot of IT, programming, and it's just connecting everything and adding a few more terms and acronyms and stuff. So it's not like I set up firewalls in like 95, so it's not like I haven't heard of a firewall, but this firewall and how one is configured, and new thoughts on the security side, even more for that, and so there are things to kind of connect all the knowledge that I have and learn lots of new stuff too.
Arduku says, "Hi, I don't want to sound weird, but since you considered making changes to the bot/streamways, 2 things to consider: 1. Add in the message, ads are starting, and 2. Mute your microphone when you go away from the PC. You may not want to stream your conversations, not that it happened since I follow, but it could."
Okay, thanks for the suggestions. I would mute. I actually have a mute button. But I'm, I don't care if you hear me waking up my kids. It's not really very secret. So, but thank you for the suggestion. And let's see. Add in the message, ads are starting. Okay, so a warning before. I actually had that, but I removed it. So would you like
Gaming
to have...
Ball for the Struggle Bus Israel says,
Suggestion I can offer is make a GitHub and put all of your THM/HGB write-ups on there and link on your resume/CV.
Yeah, thank you. I have a GitHub, but I have not put anything like that there already. I'm also considering changing my Obsidian notes so that I can put them up there. Now there are parts in here that are just... I have a programming one here. And this is actually one of my kids, but actually probably nothing's... Well, you get it. My StreamerBot backup script is already there. So.
Fixerbot says,
New
Thanks
follower
for the
Twitch.
follow. Welcome.
New
again.
follower Gaming Golfer. Less than 3.
So, I'm thinking, I just thought of this actually, because I have other people's here too, and I don't want to... I'm thinking I want to split this out, because when I search, I don't want to get results from someone else's Obsidian notes, like Alhazred. I don't want his reply when I search for my notes. So I'm going to move some stuff out of this, and maybe I'll just share this as a public. It's a private repo now, so it's still on GitHub. Probably make a new one then. But yeah, I have kind of like my write-ups in this boxes here. But I haven't finished very many yet. So that's one of the things that I'm going to prioritize more, to actually do that instead of just try to learn random stuff. So I'll do this Advent of Cyber, then I'm going to start doing boxes more. So I'll practice that. And I'm going to add them to GitHub, definitely. So, thank you. let's just see this suggestion with ads. I'm sorry you can't see what I'm pointing at here. Consider things. Ads are starting. Do you want me to have a warning before ads are starting? Is that it? Or I think I have a message now saying ads screaming chat. If you want me to pause, like ads are starting. If you get ads screaming chat, so I can pause what I'm doing. So since the TTS is there, I will hear.
Arduku says,
hear it.
The bot message sounds more like a demand, not a suggestion.
Okay, you think I'm to do this?
That one.
Okay. It was the thought was that it was supposed to sound a bit funny, but like screaming chat. We can go here, and I have this warning that I used to add. Ad starts in 5 minutes. Do you want me to add it? Then I can do that. Here we have this one. Okay. There. This sounds even more boring. I'm not sure. I don't want to sound like you have to scream in chat if you get ads. Tell me so I can pause what I'm doing. Oh my god, Carl is falling asleep already. Wake up. It's not that late in the night already. So I can look more into that if I think that's good enough later. So, is that okay? Just tell me if you think it's bad. And we're on the notes. Let's get back into this. I was just copying the help from the UFW command to make sure that I had already why? My SAM is not connected, which means I can't use my quick buttons. So I'm just checking that we have it on still. SAM is running. So why? Waiting for a reconnect. There it is. So this is what my buttons look like. So there, and also there are both redeems and commands right left if you want to switch my screens. And the right one is the color one, and the left one is the THM one. If I forget to switch, you can do it yourselves. And you can't switch to my secret server screen. It's secret. So this help. This is the top of the command there. And just make sure enable disable, set default policy, set logging level, allow args, add allow rules, deny
Johannes
args.
says,
Hey, I'm here in the background working and listening. When rot,
Hi,
hey, when rot,
Johannes.
beautiful.
Good morning. Good morning. And thanks for being here and listening. Working on your new job, I assume. Have a great time there. So, allow args to add allow rules and deny, and whatever args to deny rule. I have to check the ones we added here. Yeah, that's the deny and the allow. Yeah, that's logical. Reject and limit are other types of rules, so we can add. We can delete and insert rules. Add roads. And also delete and insert, of course. Reload, I assume we will do this soon. And status, firewall status, that's the first one we did. And a more detailed status, that's interesting to know. Show firewall status as numbered list of rules, okay. Show firewall report. And there are details there. So, what I was looking for really was for details on how you specify that this rule, deny from, how we know that this is, well, we can kind of logically read out that we're supposed to deny traffic from this, but how would we type it if we didn't want to send anything to it? Not that that would, you know what I mean. We have the outgoing and we have the incoming. So that's what I'm curious about. But I'll just continue and we'll see what we find in the new next part of this. Once we have added our rules, we can enable the service and check the rule set. So now we're going to use the enable and the verbose status that we just discovered. So, well, we flip it right back and forth there. So let's go again and do sudo ufw enable, and we need the password again. It was Twinkle Star. I'm just copying it here. So yeah, and we did allow 22, which is kind of useful there. I'm just scrolling to the right place again here so that I can read. So let's sudo ufw status verbose, and logging is on low. We have deny incoming, allow outgoing, disabled, routed. Okay, so new profiles, skip. And we have the 3 rules we added. Yeah, and the second one for v6 too. So, because it was actually replying twice here. When we added this rule, we have double. And let's add these to the notes just to be thorough. I did add the help page though, so it's kind of redundant, but just copying these and a tiny comment there. And I'm actually copying now from Kali instead, because it was open. And the other one I would have a tab. So there. Shaking the stages there.
Fixerbot says,
Security live.
Welcome, readers. Welcome in. Very welcome. Thank you so much, Security Live. I hope you had a good end of stream. I was there with you. So I'm still lurking.
Johannes says,
I'm actually at myself.
Ray fighters
now.
when right, yeah, eh.
Welcome in, everybody.
Welcome when rot beautiful.
I'm currently doing the Let's roll up here. Advent of Cyber. And I didn't finish it, so now I am. And this today is on the diamond model and firewalls, and there's supposed to be a honeypot too. So I'm curious about that later. Let's see if I can find where I was at. Somewhere here. So we're just adding some firewall rules and stuff right now. So I will be doing this, and I'll be doing some, when I'm finished with this, I'll be doing boxes. But I also do like electronics things. So this is a robot that we built on stream, a kit, and we're going to give this Arduino some fine code, and it has Bluetooth also, and hopefully we'll be able to control it from stream. And there's lots of other stuff too. Can't show you everything, but we have a digital microscope here that we can do fun stuff with too. What else? Just anything that's fun. Simply, that's it. Different. Maybe we'll probably do some apps for Android phones and stuff like that too on stream. So just welcome it. And there's also Discord, of course. That the link was timely just sent in chat from my bot. So I also do some stuff on streaming and stream setup, and I'm currently testing IRL streaming, and I'll be doing another test later today. I actually put everything in the schedules now. So there, let's keep going. We enabled, and we got some both up, but we have exactly the same here at the
Patrico
Kelly
says,
machine.
Thanks. Translated from Swedish.
So, and also I take suggestions if there's something you want me to stream or to research or anything. You can do like suggest, exclamation mark suggest to suggest stuff, or you can just go to the Discord and enter stuff there. So, what happens if the rule is incorrectly configured? We can reset the firewall and revert to the default state and be able to continue the rules fresh. Okay, so reset sounds kinda hard though, right? Remove everything. Oh, it's backing up stuff. That's nice. Let's do this. Sudo ufw reset. See what happens. Resetting all rules to install defaults. This may disrupt existing SSH connections. Proceed with operation. Yes. and it's already set. At this point, Van Twinkle has a much deeper understanding of how to set up and configure firewall rules to help McHannibal implement Santa's defenses. Honeypot. This is fun because I've never done a honeypot. We'll see how much we'll learn, if it's just a tiny bit or a lot. This is another intriguing piece of infrastructure in the world of defensive security. Picture a trap laid for the attackers, a mirage of vulnerability tempting them away from the true treasure. Behold the honeypot. A honeypot is a cybersecurity mechanism, a masterful deception. It presents itself as an alluring target to the adversaries, drawing them away from the true prizes. Honeypots come from various forms. Software applications, servers, or entire networks. They are designed to mimic legitimate targets, yet they are under the watchful control of the defender. For the best festival company, envision a honeypot masquerading as Santa's website, a perfect replica of the real one. Honeypots can be classified into two main types. Low interaction honeypots. These honeypots artfully mimic simple systems like web servers or databases. They gather intelligence on attacker behavior and detect new attack techniques. High interaction honeypots. These honeypots take deception to new heights, emulating complex systems like operating systems and networks. They collect malicious data on attacker behavior and study their techniques to exploit vulnerabilities. To demonstrate how to set up a honeypot, we'll use a tool called PenTbox, which has already been installed on the VM under Home, Van Twinkle, PenTbox, PenTbox 1.8. Launch your tool via the directory demonstrated below. Select option 2 for network tools and follow with option 3 to install the honeypot. So, first I'm actually going to add a new node to my Obsidian here. So let's I added a firewall on defenses. Should we have honeypot under here? Let's do that for now, and we'll see if it gets a new one. There. So we'll save the commands and stuff that could be useful information. Oh right, you know what I forgot? I forgot to shout you out, Security Live. Let's do that, of course. Should we try my command if it works? Cause I had problems with it, so I haven't used it. Let's see. I have not debugged it, but it should work. We'll do a live debugging. Security_live, one of the names I've typed many times here. So let's shout out Security Live. And Security Live, he does so much cool stuff. And right now he's been moving from streaming on Windows to streaming on Linux. So he has had to solve lots of problems there. We'll see. Did we get us a shout out? Or should I do I'll do the other one too. Just to be sure. There. And that worked better. So all go follow. Secure the live if you don't. I expect most of you just came from the right, so. Let's continue. It's already installed. We just have to look at it. Launch the tool via the directory demonstrated below. Select option 2 for network tools and follow.
Fixerbot says.
With option 3 to install
New
the
follower
honeypot.
Twitch.
So let's hop over to.
New follower It's Mapiv. Less than 3.
Welcome, welcome. So, I'll just make sure that we actually can see that.
Security Jive says.
Banhammer. JK.
PV says.
Thanks.
I'll be quiet. But seriously, didn't it read it? No, it doesn't read it. I'm trying to be quiet. What's happening, Security Live? I don't think I don't have voice recognition started, so you shouldn't pause on that. It's just slow sometimes, maybe. We'll see if I have to do something. This is the dev one I was currently using. Let's just stop it and start it again. That
Connected to
does
channel
not
fix
usually happen. Does not usually happen. I even started voice recognition now. We'll see if it wants to pause or not. So let's go. We have this directory, and I don't want to type it a million times. So I'm going to actually cd into this, and we can take the chance to look at what's in here. And it's this one, but they said we should run this. No, I think they actually went to the directory to the example. So here we have it as a readme. That's a nice readme file. That's not what you want to see. A link to a web page. What if you don't have internet? Oh, whatever. So, we're supposed to do sudo. There. And then run this. And then we get these options that it told us to do 2 for network tools and 3 to install the honeypot. So let's do 2. And 3 for honeypot. It seems to be able to do other things too. Cryptography tools, web, IP grabber. I'll have to look what more this can do later. Net DOS tester, TCP port scanner, fuzzer, DNS and host scanner. Oh, well, let's do the 3 honeypot. You must run Paintbox with root privileges. Okay, and I did sudo right. Yeah. Select option: fast, auto configuration, or manual configuration. We have to read the rest. When we select the option to set up the honeypot, we can choose to set up an auto configuration or manual configuration. The manual configuration offers more options to allocate which port to open and a custom message for the honeypot to display. Accompanying these options, log data will be collected and displayed on the terminal for every intrusion encountered. With the active honeypot, we can attempt to connect to the VM by navigating to the attack box. Okay, on the attack box browser, you should see the custom message crafted from the honeypot. Once connected, the intrusion will trigger an alert on the honeypot, and log will be created showing the attack IP and port. Okay, so we're going to configure it. Let's see. Let's go down to here and see. It said manual configuration, so we'll do the same, of course. And we're going to set port 8080 and this message. And this will activate it. And when we try to go to this, we'll hopefully get the same alert too. So manual configuration. I'm kind of curious though what fast auto configuration is. Support, we set it to 8080. And the false message show, now I'm going to copy, because this is nothing I need to remember. Santa's gone for the holidays. Tough luck. There. Save a log with intrusions. Yes, of course, but well, let's do yes. Log file name. If I just click, right? The curious thing is that we don't have this on the THM page, but whatever. Yeah, we want a beep. I don't like beeps, but this time okay. So now the honeypot is activated. So let's try going there. I'm just going to check. Oh, this is unfortunately. I was hoping for a bit more, but this is like the end here of this. So I guess we'll have to explore it more ourselves. So let's go and see if we can get it to get an intrusion detected. So since I have VMware, the VMware bar up here, I put the Kali one down here, and I'm starting to get used to it, but it's kind of still, I'm missing it. Going up here looking for it. Oh, right. My VM crashed yesterday. I was doing lots of stuff, but Firefox still remembers stuff. But my burp is gone, of course. So let's do this IP address. I guess Google will probably try searching with this. We'll see if I just do 438080. Better copy it to make it easier. And I don't have burp on. We'll skip that for now. Santa's gone for the holidays. Tough luck. And we should have here intrusion attempt detected. Actually, going to a web page is not an intrusion attempt. What do you think? This is unsatisfactory. We want to know more about honeypots than this. Following a guide in this one. And just I'll have to make a honeypot more serious. Let's add this to some kind of to-do list, right? Right, people. We need to do this better. This is not. This was a tiny one. It was a real tiny one. All the time was spent reading this introductory part. All the text. Of course, there are also some questions to answer, but it seemed to be theoretic answers, right? Oh, there's a flag, okay. After learning about firewalls and honeypots, when Twinkle puts his knowledge into practice and sets up a simple website to be hidden behind some firewall rules, you can deploy the firewall rules by executing Von Twinkle rules. And that's why I couldn't cat that file, because it was only executable. Because you shouldn't be able to spoil it for yourself, I guess. Script within the Home and Twinkle directory. Your task is to update the firewall rules to expose the website to the public and find a hidden flag. So first, I'm going to add to my... Let's do like a... What kind of to-do is this? Because I want to have... Maybe I should make a to-do list here in my infosec. So let's make it to-do here. To-do. Make an actual honeypot. Not just like AOC day 13. There. Now we have something that we should do there. And it should be like in a mess of things. I have to sort this. Well, and also this is on stream, right? We want to do this on stream. So this was not lots of notes on this. And the firewall bit was kind of nothing to, or whatever. What's security model? Okay, I'm too lazy to type. But maybe I should have just typed. Diamond model. Seriously, I'm so stupid. I should have just typed. That was not very easy to copy a link, right? Let's just type. So, we have a 1-day streak. Which defense capability is used to actively search for signs of malicious activity. Defense capability. Oh well, what was that? Oh my god, this scrolling is infinite. I don't have to answer these, of course, but... Anyone knowing that? Is it from these? Text to defense capability. Actively search for malicious activity. Maybe I should look at these questions before I read next time so that you can kind of look for the answer, right? And that's... No, I think I won't do this right now, simply because I want to look more at this. So we set it to log this. So if we... I'm thinking, should I leave this running or should I just... Let's just Control-C that. So we got this web link. If I cat this again, let's look at this. Oh, I forgot. Open link. Let's work. Sorry, you have been blocked. You're unable to. Okay. What? Okay. So maybe not a thing to do when you're on the VPN, I don't know. Or doesn't it want people to come from Kali? I don't care really, but it's funny, you know, that we were sent to this website to see how this works. And it didn't go very well, did it? And also, when I open this here, so we can't actually see this. Okay, well, that's nice. So I'm just closing down Firefox on this one. I'm actually thinking that we'll continue with next day and see what that has to offer. It's 9:20. I'll go and do a quick check of my kids first. And let's jump out of this one, because there didn't seem to be much more. Or maybe, is there something I need this box for? I don't think so. I think the I think all of the questions were on the just which screen am I showing? So this one. So let's click this. Oh. So day 14. The little machine that wanted to learn. And let's learn from our mistakes and start with looking at the questions, because we don't want to scroll up and down, because that's annoying. And apparently I started answering one question. Sometimes I try to hold the streak up, you know, so I just answered a random question. That's probably why. So let's duplicate this tab so we don't have to scroll up and down like crazy. Is it done now? And I think I'll leave this one down here. Which defense capability is used to actively search for signs of malicious activity? No, alright, it's jumped to the wrong one. There, of course, because it was not finished with the questions. So, these. What ML structure aims to mimic the process of natural selection and evolution? What is the name of learning cell that makes us label data train structure? Okay, we can get the what this will be about. What is the name of the layer between the input and output? Oh my goodness, this is so. What's the name of the process used to provide feedback? Are there no practical questions? What's the value, the flag you receive after receiving? Okay, so this seems like a less practical one. We'll see. At least we have the questions here without having to scroll now. That was why I opened another one. But if it's just theoretical, we don't have to do it on stream, right? Even if I would like to finish it. The CTO has made our toy pipeline go wrong? By infecting elves at key positions in the toy making process, he has poisoned the pipeline and caused elves to make defective toys. Okay. McSkitty has started to combat the problem by placing control elves in the pipeline. These elves make measurements of the toys to try and narrow down the exact location of problematic elves in the pipeline by comparing the measurements of defective and perfect toys. However, this is incredibly tedious and lengthy process, so he's looking to use machine learning to optimize it. I'm thinking of removing some of the messages that we are getting, the automatic ones. You can set your TTS voice and how your nickname is pronounced as security live TTS config HTML. Don't forget that. Thank you, security live, for the TTS. Oh, I'll read a bit more and then I'll check on my kids. So, learning objectives. What is machine learning? Basic machine learning structure. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'll go check on them now so my voice can rest for a sec.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Twitch. New follower Zippo2365. Less than 3.
There. Oh, expiring soon. That's the old rooms. I actually got myself some yogurt for the throat. It's lemon yogurt. So, welcome in Sippo 2365. Welcome in. The CTO has made our toy pipeline go wrong by infecting elves. Yeah, I read that. So, what is machine learning? Basic machine learning structures and algorithms using a neural network to predict defensive toys. Okay. So, no attack box. VM means start box up here. Start machine. Oh. Okay. And it kind of answered itself, but split screen will be available. And no SSH or anything. Okay. To access the machine that you're going to be working on, click on the green Start Machine button, located in the top right of the task. After waiting 3 minutes, the VM will open on the right-hand side. If you cannot see the machine, press the Show Split View button to return to this task. We will be using this machine later. Introduction. Over the last decade, there has been a massive boom in artificial intelligence, AI, and machine learning ML systems. Just in the last couple of years, the release of ChatGPT has taken the world by storm. However, how these systems actually work is often shrouded in mystery, leading to a lot of snake oil sale tactics. Okay, what's that? In this task, we will provide you with a glimpse into the world of ML to help demystify this incredibly interesting topic. This is kind of fun because I was just yesterday kind of looking into using, again, not the first time, running my own local one. So anyway, we will create our very own neural network that can be used to detect defective toys. Zero to hero on artificial intelligence. Before we can create our own AI, we need to learn some of the basics. First of all, let's discuss the two terms. The term AI is used in broad strokes out there in the world. Can we change the size of this, or should I just... There. Now it's covering both screens. So we have one full screen of each, almost. What do you think? Is this harder to read, maybe? I was just gonna go... It was a little bit bright light to me, that. Oh, this is so annoying. We're getting the expiring machine, though the machine is actually terminated. So, 0 to hero. The basics. Let's learn some of the basics. And we also have this, of course, and everything is... No, I'm not sure that was a good plan. What do you think? Maybe just using this is better. We'll try this. The term AI is used in broad strokes out there in the world, often incorrectly. We have to be honest with ourselves. AI can't just be a bunch of if statements. A better term to use is machine learning. ML refers to the process used to create a system that can mimic the behavior we see in real life. This is because there is intelligence in life, in real life, and its structures. The field is incredibly broad, but here are a couple of popular examples. Genetic algorithm. This ML structure aims to mimic the process of natural selection and evolution. By using rounds of offspring and mutations based on the criteria provided, the structure aims to create the strongest children through survival of the fittest. Well, how do they do that? But I think this was kind of what they were looking for, right? At the questions. So let's see. Reading the next question. What's the name of the learning style that makes us use labeled data to train Emma? Okay. Practice swarm. This ML structure aims to mimic this process of how birds flock and group together at specific points by creating a swarm of particles. The structure aims to move all the particles to the optimal answers grouping point. Okay. That sounds complicated, but they all do, I guess. Neural networks. This ML structure is far the most popular and aims to mimic the process of how neurons work in the brain. These neurons receive various inputs that are then transformed before being sent to the next neuron. These neurons can then be trained to perform the correct transformations to provide the correct final answer. Okay. It really is a bit complex, this with AI or ML. So, there are many more ML structures, but we'll stick to neural networks for this task, as they are the most popular. And while there's a significant amount of math involved in implementing an ML structure, we'll be abstracting this information. If you want to learn more, you can start here. Okay, it says Amazon.com neural network baby university. I have to click this. Baby university. Neural network for babies. Okay, so it was actually a book suggestion. Well, let's start at the baby level. So, learning styles. First on our list of ML basics to cover is the neural network's learning style. In order to train our neural network, we need to decide how we'll teach it. While there are many different styles, while there are many different styles and subsets of styles, we will only focus on the two main styles for now. Supervised learning. In this learning style, we guide the neural network to the answer we want it to provide. We ask the neural network to give us an answer and then provide it with feedback on how close it was to the correct answer. In this way, we are supervising the neural network as it learns. However, to use this learning style, we need a dataset where we know the correct answers. This is called a labeled dataset, as we have a label for what is correct, what the correct answer would be given the input. And supervised learning. In this learning style, we take a bit more of a hands-off approach and let the neural network do its own thing. While this sounds very strange, the main goal is to have a neural network identify interesting things. Humans are quite good at most classification tasks. For example, simply looking at an image, being able to tell what color it is. But if someone were to ask you, why is it that color, would you have a hard time explaining the reason? Humans can see up to 3 dimensions, whereas neural networks have the ability to work in far greater dimensions to see patterns. Why does it say humans can see 3 dimensions? That's stupid. Unsupervised learning is often used to allow neural networks to learn interesting features that humans can't comprehend that can be used for classification. A very popular example of this is the restricted Bosman machine. Have a look here. At the where feature, the neural network will learn to classify different digits. If I think this is boring, should I stop this? Well, I guess I will read that later. Oh, it looks so boring. For this task, we will focus on supervised learning. It's an easier learning style for learning the basics, including the basic network structure. Next in our list of ML basics, we'll learn basics to learn is the basic structure of a neural network. Sticking to the very basics of ML, a neural network consists of various different neurons that are connected as shown in the animation below. Let's see. So we have the input, and this one is defective. Animation is annoying. As shown in the animation, the neural network has 3 main layers. Input layer. This is the first layer of nodes in the neural network. These nodes each receive a single data input that is then passed on to the hidden layer. This means that the number of nodes in this layer always matches the network's number of inputs. These or data parameters. For example, if your network takes a twice length, width, height, there will be 3 nodes in the output layer. This is the last layer of nodes in the neural network. These nodes send output from the network once it has been received from the hidden layer. Therefore, the number of nodes in this layer will always be the same as the network's number of outputs. For example, if our network outputs whether or not a tie is effective, there will be 1 node in the output layer for either defective or not effective. We would also do it with 2 nodes, but we won't go into that here. Hidden layer. In this layer of nodes, oh my god, there's another animation down there. Can I scroll off just enough to be able to read the text without seeing that? I really don't like animations. This is I got so annoyed I totally lost track of where I was reading. This is a layer of node between the neural network's input and output layers with a simple neural network. Of course, they're invisible then, like. This will only be 1 layer of nodes. However, for additional learning opportunities, we could add more layers to create a deep neural network. This layer is where the neural network's main action takes place. Each node within the neural network's hidden layer receives multiple inputs from the nodes in the previous layer, then will transmit their answers to multiple nodes in the next layer. Now, that we understand the basic layout of the neural network. Let's zoom in on one of the nodes in the hidden layer to see what's actually going on. I don't think this explains anything at all. It just says exactly, they could just have shown this image, and I don't get all this text for no more additional information. We don't get to know anything really. I would like to know exactly what happens, not like some... Well, we'll see what happens. No, we understand, do we? I don't think we understand anything. What's actually going on? As mentioned before, we will simplify the math quite a bit here. In essence, the node is receiving inputs from nodes in the previous layer. Yeah, letting them together and then sending the output on to the next layer of node. There is, however, a little bit more detail in the steps that's important to note. Well, we know that we get data and that we send some data, and there's nothing so far on what it does with the data, or what a node is. Inputs are not directly added. Instead, they are multiplied by the weight value first. Okay, let me try to have the time in this animation to see what it actually says. So this is the weight, and this is the value, and this is the... I don't have time to read everything because it keeps moving. Well, whatever math that did was not logical to me. It was not enough information. Not that I would know it anyway. There is, however, a little bit more detail in the step, okay? Inputs are not directly added. Instead, they are multiplied by the weight. Yes, this helps the neural network decide which inputs should contribute to the output. Yeah, we got that. In addition to the additions, output is not directly transmitted out. The additions output is not directly transmitted out. Why does it mean additions? What's additions? Whatever. Instead, the output is first entered into what is called an activation function. In essence, this decides if a neural node will be active or not. It does this by ensuring that the output, no matter what the input always will be decimal between 0 and 1. Okay? So it's supposed to be that, between 0 and 1. Now that we understand the neural network structure, I'm seriously annoyed at these and how the layers and nodes within the network work. Let's dive into how the network is trained. It's like this is all of it, and they took a tiny bit here and say, oh, now we know this. And I feel like I learned totally nothing at all. Nothing useful. There are 2 steps to training the network: the feed forward step and the back propagation step. Another animation. Feed forward loop. The feed forward loop is how we send data through the network and get an answer on the other side. Once our network has been trained, this is the only step.
Evo4 Marine says, would you rather watch a tree grow or a knee grow?
Okay. So, if you want, I could, like, TTS ban you. Nothing more like that, okay? You're welcome to be here and to listen and learn stuff, or to teach me stuff. And to play with the test as long as it's not bad stuff, okay? So, the feed-forward loop is how we send data through the network and get an answer to the other side. Once our network has been trained, this is the only step we perform. Okay. At this point, we stop training and simply want an answer from the network. To complete one round of the feed-forward step, we have to perform the following. But I don't get the first part, since we don't have enough information. I would need to ask a person about how this actually works, but I guess I'll just read something, because this was annoyingly uninformative. Sorry. I don't want to complain. I don't want to be negative ever. I want to be positive. But this was really nothing. I would never learn just to learn like words, what's, you know, rambling words that doesn't mean much. So, well, to complete one round of feed-forward step, we have to perform the following. And there's this normalization input, hidden and defective. And we'll try to have to try and read stuff. There is even lightning here now. Sorry for complaining about anything. I'll just read this and not look at the animation. Normalize all of the inputs to allow our neural network to decide which input are most important in helping it to decide the answer. We need to normalize them. As mentioned before, each node in the network tries to keep its answer between 0 and 1. Tries to. If we have one input with a range of 0 to 50 and another with a range of 0 to 2, our network won't be able to properly consume the input. Therefore, we normalize the input first and adjusting them so that the ranges are all the same. In our example here, we would take the inputs with a 0 to 50 range, divide them by 25 to change the ranges from 0 to 2. Okay. This is slow when you have to wait for the animation. No, I can't see those in the example. Okay. Feed the inputs to our nodes in the input layer. Once normalized, we can provide one data entry for each. Propagate the data through the network at each node. We add all the inputs and run them through the activation function to get the node's output. This output then becomes the input of the next layer of nodes. We repeat this process until we get to our network's output layer. Read the output from the network. At the output layer of the network, we receive the output from the nodes. The answer will be decimal between 0 and 1, but for the decision making, we'll round it to get a binary answer from each output node. Backpropagation. When we're training our network, the feed-forward loop is only half of the process. Once we receive the answer from our network, we need to tell it how close it was to the correct answer. This is a backpropagation step. Here, we perform the following steps. Okay, a slow animation that goes round and round and we don't know where the start is. Is that the start then? It sends information back. Okay, this was the first useful animation of all of them. Calculate the difference in received output versus expected output. As mentioned before, the activation function will provide a decimal answer between 0 and 1. And I think that's the fourth time or third time, right? Since we know that the answer is either has to be either 0 or 1, we can calculate the difference in the answer. This difference tells us how close the neural network was to the correct answer. Update the weights of the nodes. Using the difference calculated in the previous step, we can start to update the weights of each input to the nodes in the output layer. We want to dive too deep into this update process, as it often involves a bit of complex math to decide what updates should be made. But they skip over too much, I think, because how can we know how stuff works if we don't get to know how it works? I realize you can't, but still. I wonder if they tried this room on someone not knowing anything about this, and if they understood everything and felt that it was useful information. Using the difference calculator, where we can start to update the weights. Yeah, won't try to do. And all of this is just repeating that we won't do complex math. So 2 complete lines of text for that. Propagating difference back to the other layers. I'm starting to think maybe this is not where I should focus. Maybe I should just go do boxes or something, or do normal rooms. Maybe it's just this one. I'll stay on it. Propagate the difference back to the other layers. This is where the term backpropagation comes from. Once the weights of the nodes in the output layer have been updated, we can calculate what the difference would be for the previous nodes. Once again, this difference is used to update the weights of the nodes in the layers before being propagated backwards even more. We continue this process of backpropagation until the weights for the input layer has been updated. Once all weights have been updated, we can run another sample of data through our network. We repeat this process with all our samples in order to train our network. But what I need to know before I can start understanding this is how this is actually set up in the computer. Exactly how this works. And I don't get to know that. I mean, this is just no information. I get no information that's useful to me. Maybe someone else thinks this is great. I'm lacking step 1 to build. This is like step 3 and 4, and then they don't have the step after that.
New follower Twitch. New follower over Mal. Less than 3.
Welcome. Oh, how would I pronounce this? Obermau? Welcome in. And thanks for the follow. And I'm usually not this negative.
Hi. Well done, smile.
I'm usually not this negative about stuff. I'm just complaining. I feel I'm just complaining now. But it is kind of annoying that you need to know like the numbers before you can make maths with them. And I feel I don't know the numbers in this. So dataset splits. Maybe this will like come together when I learn more stuff and I can listen to read this again, and then it will make more sense. But right now it's kind of like someone saying like that blurpy plus blah, 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 means blah, blah. Oh, what? But I don't even know what those two mean. So how can I get how the calculation would be? That thing. Dataset splits. The last topic to cover before we can build our network is dataset splits. Let's use an analogy to explain this. Let's say our teacher constantly tells us that 1 plus 1 is 2 and 2 plus 2 is 4, but in the exam our teacher asks us to calculate 3 plus 3. The question here is, have you just learned what the answer is, or did you learn the fundamental principle required to get the answer? Yep, exactly. In short, can you overtrain yourself by learning the answers instead of learning the required principles of the same thing can happen with neural networks. Overtraining is a problem. Okay. I understand the concept of overtraining, and I'm not sure that was the greatest explanation. But so specific data, so it just knows the specific data instead of the actual process of getting to that. We're training them with data where we know the answers, so it's possible for the network to simply learn the answers, not how to calculate them. To combat this, we need to validate that our neural network is learning the process and not the answers. This validation also tells us that we need to stop when we need to stop our learning process. To perform this validation, we have to split our dataset in 3 datasets below. Training data. This is our largest dataset. We use it to train the network. Usually it's about 70-80% of the original dataset. Validation data. This dataset is used to validate the network's training after each training round. We send this data through our network to determine its performance. I'm starting to not listen to myself reading. Sorry. Just rereading this. Validation data. This data says it's used to validate the network's training. After each training round, we send this data through our network to determine, okay? If the performance starts to decline, we know we're starting to overtrain. Okay. Usually this is about 10-15%. Okay. Testing data. This dataset is used to calculate the final performance of the network. The network won't see this data at all until we are done with the training process. Once training is complete, we send through the testing dataset to determine the percentage of our network. Usually this is about 10-15% already in the dataset, okay? Now you know. Yeah, we know everything about basic neural network works. Yeah, very much. So it's simple to build our own. Oh yeah. Let's start programming from scratch. Not to look at anything. No? Putting it all together. That's the loss of my tea. Though it's like 2 hours and a half old. 3 hours old. So now that we've covered the basics, we're ready to build our own neural network. Start the machine in the top right corner. It will show a split screen after 2 minutes. You can find the files that you will be working with on the desktop in the neural network folder. Okay, here we go. Did you notice that I clicked? It did. Detector.py. This is the script we will build, where we will build our neural network. Some of these sections have already been completed for you. Dataset train. This is your training dataset. In this dataset, the elves have not only captured the measurements of the toys for you, but also whether the toy was defective or not. We will use this dataset to train, validate, and test our neural network model. Data est test. This is our testing dataset. In this dataset, the elves have only captured the measurements of the toys due to sheer volume of the toy pipeline. they were unable to determine if the toys were defective or not. Once we have trained our neural network, we will predict which of the entries in the file are defective toys for Mosquito to remove from the pipeline. First step is to complete the detector py script. Let's work through the initial code. It will already be added for you in the script as shown in the snippet. So I guess we better open this. How have they intended us to do this? Is a good question now. I'm just curious to just check through this quickly. I'm thinking that sometimes with these kind of things, it's better to start with actually doing practical things, and then we did this because of, than just, well, we see. Let's read this. I guess if I click this, it will run it, and okay. Oh my god. What? No. What if we do full screen? And that. Then we have it over here, right? Maybe easier to see what this machine has. So I would like a terminal probably, but I'm thinking there should be some kind of editor, right? I'm not doing Vim, right? So, what is Pluma? I have no clue. Well, we'll see what this says then. Of course, it jumped to the top. Oh my goodness. We're going to another world there. Couldn't be pleased with that animation. They had like there. So now we can read this. Sorry for my throat, kind of giving up. And eating the yogurt to make it easier to. I guess that after this we'll see. What did I actually put in the schedule? I'm just gonna check quickly. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, that's smart of me. When you have one open tab in Firefox, don't close it because you opened the wrong thing. Just looking at my schedule I made for myself there. So yeah. Like an hour more. Then I'm going to stream again at like 14:05-ish Swedish time. That's Central European time. So like 4 hours from now I'll be streaming again. So 1 hour more now, and then I'm just thinking more throughout if I should like switch to something less talk intensive than reading everything. Well, there is the TTS on this too, of course. So, I think I'm actually going to read this without reading aloud. Numpy and pandas. I'm sorry, but I think this is boring. And I'm actually thinking I'm not going to go very too deep into that. Let's work through what this code does. I will do TTS on this.
The first few lines are all the library imports that we need for our neural network. We will make use of pandas to read our datasets and scikit-learn for building our neural network. Next, we load the datasets. In our case, there is a training and testing dataset. While we have the labels for the training dataset, we don't have them for the testing dataset. So, while we can perform supervised learning, we will only know our neural network's true performance once we have uploaded our predictions for review. Once the data is loaded, we need to make sure that all the inputs are numerical values. One of our data types is the toy's color scheme. In order to provide this data to our network, we will encode the colors to numbers. Lastly, we load the data. Variable x is used to store our training dataset together with its label stored in variable y. Lastly, test_x stores the testing dataset that we will use to perform the predictions on.
We now start to add the code required to build. To perform the actions above. Creating the dataset. First, we need to create the datasets. In our case, we will use 80-20 split. We will combine our validation and testing datasets, as we will use to complete a new data for our testing dataset. To do this, we have to add the following line to our code after the Okay. The Kali machine has fallen asleep, though that doesn't matter really. Let's do this. That was my plan. There, so we have it on the right screen anyway. So, to edit this, I will just go to the terminal, cause I assume Nano is here. And we will have to go to the error message beeps are so annoying. So, close this. I'm sorry for not being the graphical person. I would have liked to use like VS Code here, but whatever. So, was it detector that was first? Just scrolling up to check here. Yeah. So, we're looking for insert here. Insert dataset split code here. So I'm going to copy this because it's nothing I would learn from typing. Right, we have the paste problem. So let's use this horrible thing. Why can't I use my own? I just have to check that we didn't get any IP. We didn't get any other way to connect it to it. We have to use this. I know what I did last time, actually. I had it both in both places and just was using this to I want to see the split view there. So then we can just use this for copying and pasting. And we don't have to bother on this one with that. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Didn't work. It's compressed everything. So oh well, now we at least have full view. Now we should be able to paste. Shouldn't it be this hard to be able to paste something? No, I can't still paste it. We'll have to type it all. Oh, it's because I F5'd this. So, this is... and again, let's find a place where we were. Here. This will split our training data into two. Training contains layouts for our training data. Normalizing the data. Next, we need to normalize our data. I'm going to do this a bit speedily because if I were to actually do this, I would dig this so much deeper into this to actually understand everything, because this was not enough for me. And also to have us cutting and pasting code like this, it's quite annoying to me. Why do we have to do this with these horrible conditions of cutting and pasting? This is just annoying. I would prefer if they have given us a file so we could test run it, or actually taught us all of it. Alright. I'm thinking, should I do it or not? Yeah. Let's start from the beginning. And I'm going down to the normalization one. Pasting that. I'm just copying from the other screen now. And we'll have to do this again. And now these two are pasted. As you can see from the lines of code, you cannot cheat with normalization. The validation or test data sets. Normalization vector is only created from so now I'm gonna start to think what IRL test thing is I should do. If there's anything I need to do before the stream. Because I'm doing an IRL test stream later. in about 4 hours. A bit less than 4 hours now. And maybe I should just jump to checking that out to make sure that if I had any changes to try. I don't think I have anything though. It needs to be done. Because I didn't find this like I'm learning from this at all. So to copy and paste this kind of thing is not really useful for anything to me. But I'm thinking maybe I should still do it, or maybe I should learn more about AI and then do this. But I'm not sure if this would help then either. Maybe we should just kind of rush through it, even though these are the most horrible cut and paste thingies. So let's just push through it then. I don't know what else to. It feels stupid to start with the next day this and not finish this one. Though I think it's horrible streaming content. So have to paste it in the box. Who made this and not gave us like remote? We could have had RDP to this box. We didn't have to have this horrible copy and paste. Why? So classifier, paste it where classifier is. Sorry, but I'm skipping this text. Classifier training code, I'm copying that part. Oh, was that all? I could have typed that. It would have been easier. So, classifier training code here. There, and then we have classifier validation prediction. Okay, so this is a comment, but it doesn't have any code. Because it's... No, I think I did the wrong thing here. Because I already had pasted this bit here. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that happens. I should kind of save all the changes, right? Okay. This is annoying. How do I get back? Because I think Nana is still open. And my brain stopped working. I don't know the Nana shortcuts perfectly either. So let's just do... If I do... What did I do just a second ago? This is being edited. So anyone listening that can help me with this? I think Nano is still open. I guess I could get like the process and foreground it. Is it something like this? Yeah, that was it. Well, at least it was in my memory, even if I'm feeling like I'm dying from this horribleness. Let's just delete this. There, and then we go here and we paste here instead. And then we do the next part that I don't want to type these, even if they're not extremely long. And leave that up. We're here. So this is next step is validate our neural network. And they just type this, they don't explain much either. As you can see, when you execute the script, so we're supposed to execute the script now, meaning we must save it and exit. And let's move this out of the way. Oh. So if we Python 3 detector pi, this will find it, right? Yeah. As you see, when you execute the script, predictions are significantly faster than training the network. This is why neural networks can actually be used in real-life applications, as the predictions rate is incredibly fast once the network has been trained. We can determine the accuracy of our classifier by comparing the two arrays with the following code. Also, and there's the... I'm sorry, but my brain is not awake enough to... I'm kind of mixing in a bit of Swedish there. So, we're seeing the output here of the script. And we got an error. So maybe we pasted something wrong. 1026. I'm mostly annoyed at this because I'm having to copy and paste all of these. And why couldn't they have just put them in the script and explained them with the TryHackMe's horrible paste and not even giving us an RDP connection? This is just annoying. Just annoying. And we got a file 103 error, line 103. Why test predictions not defined? That's not all of it, right? And I'm also feeling my throat is quitting on me. So I'm going to simply see, where were we in this now? So we're supposed to actually do this part too. But as you will see when you execute, okay, so not now, but later, because we need to add one more line. Okay, I didn't read this on purpose. I didn't read all of it now. It was just pasting. So we didn't get this last part because I didn't finish pasting the last bit. I don't think it's worth it to edit it again, actually. And we have this bit to read left. So I'm thinking I'll pause this and of course I could do the TTS read this, but I'm not, my throat is not going to fix all this text now. And I'm not sure it's any quality text. Well, you know what I thought about the previous one. The next, I'm just going to check the theme of the next one. What? Okay, so it's more machine learning, these. Oh, Jupyter notebooks. I am open-minded. No, seriously, why not just type it normally, not using notebooks? Okay. I would assume that this does not build on the old room, since they are different days, they have different machines, so that's definitely not something we need to finish the previous one. So this is probably new stuff. Still, Jupyter makes me think, oh my goodness. But last time I just did it in VS Code anyway. So maybe this is more interesting. And then we have another machine learning. Oops. Was too far onto the other screen there. Well. I was kind of set to just continue these and just finish it. But maybe that's not what I want to do first. Maybe I want to do some other things first. Fine, I want to learn more about AI, and as I told you at the start of stream, I'm going to do my run a local one and things like that. But I was just googling that yesterday. But explanations that you don't really learn anything from, and I'm not judging the other rooms from this one, but so I hope they're better. I would prefer just to. I was doing this. I'm halfway in the Upload Worlds one and several other rooms. So I'm thinking that next time maybe I'll do something else and then I'll go back and do a bit of this again. Because what I was thinking was just going through all of this. But if it's this kind of thing, I don't think so. So if I click me and I can do my rooms, like I can see not finished ones. So this is not finished, this is not finished, this is not finished, and that's because I think there's been like dependencies of other rooms, and some I've just click to check what it is. So, and I don't think I even did finish the Wireshark one. And this is the one I'm currently doing. And yesterday I opened, oh, and this one too. Yeah. This is a box. These are done, right? You can check that you don't want to see the done ones, right? I'd completed. So, am I on the first page of that? Of course not. That would not have been would have been too logical for. So now we just have the unfinished ones. A lot of random stuff that I thought looked interesting. This, I think, might have been. Yeah, there's, oh, right, the burp ones, they changed them, so I'm back to not having done them. Which was kind of funny. And the kitty. And it's kind of funny too that you always have this message active here. With funny, I mean annoying. Isn't the side quest I started? I found those codes and then and then I didn't have time. And this is the one we're currently doing of the not finished ones. Maybe I'll just do some other not finished ones next time. At least let's, can we even, yeah, we can terminate here. Cause
Fixerbot says,
New follower Zip Archive. Less than 3. New follower Twitch.
welcome Zip Archive, welcome in. I'm kinda about to end this, but actually I could stream maybe an hour more. But my throat kind of... now I can talk a bit. I've been reading a bit. Quite a lot. So I'm thinking I shouldn't do something where I read a lot. At least. This was what was suggested for the first room we did today. For the first day on AOC. I wouldn't call it a room. And those were just the questions. That was the suggested reading from this AOC day. More suggested reading from there. And this does not look good to me. I think I'll close that one. So maybe this would be for me then. But seriously, I'm actually thinking maybe we should just try and download and make something. Make a, like install a local AI instead. So we stay on the theme. But I should probably read a bit more before I just started doing that yesterday. So if we let's look a bit actually at streamer bot and that kind of thing now, and we'll see. I also tried on my digital microscope here. I showed a bit ago. Let's see. I have it in a plastic bag to prevent dust. So I put this one on this. And the image quality, it was better. So these are the images. This is the original lens, this one. And it's this quality. And if we take this one, for example, this is a 4 times zoom ring on here too. My Kella is reminding me it's there. So it didn't open it. I do a double click. So the quality difference, I'm not sure if this is better, but this feels a bit blurry when I compare, you know, and also the colors. Oh, I think it's not worth. With this I would have to do manually lots of stuff. But it was kind of fun test at least. And now this is from my old Nikon D300, and this is kind of heavy. And it doesn't have video. That's the problem. So I'm looking for a camera now. And this objective was it's f3.5 to 5.6, so it was too dark to use with a microscope. Should I just do a bit of soldering or something that's not very brain intensive maybe? Or do some fixes in to the stream? We also have Sammy here. And oh, what's this deck? Oh, look! I started making raid buttons, and who did I do first? It's not actually working yet, then, because I started to, making it more lazy time raiding someone instead of typing everything. But this is intended for remote, then, to start and stop streaming and switching between 1080 and 720p when remote streaming. But to go back to the Obsidian notes, I just have to set differently. Oh, I should move a bit right too. I'm trying to. I should put a reminder in stream to actually move a bit. To move a bit more. We sit for hours, you know.
New follower Twitch. New follower Brains. Less than 3.
Welcome in. One thing to check too is why does it say new follower Twitch?
Brains says less than 3.
So, what are your interests? People watching on stream now. Why do you want to do a little bit of time here we got? Because the this is what we started with. The example honeypot, and we kind of just got the name because it was a very tiny part of the THM AOC.
H says
Here.
I want to do trap shit with my rapper friends.
Okay. What's that? You'll have to explain.
Dick.
translated from Dutch.
And for people not used to the TTS, that's just actually the translation of the emote in Dutch.
I'm just clowning around.
Yeah, I noticed that. But I'm kind of curious still what it means. Please be clowns. That's kind of my mood right now. I got kind of annoyed at this. A room on the AOC, which is kind of like a bit of the basics of everything, right? And then there's this machine learning thing here, and there are lots of these animated images that kind of just annoys me, but the theory is not really starting at something that I get. It's just, and it's like too high level, but with
Machine
no
learning stuff is
basics.
fun, but hard to power through.
Yeah, but I don't think it's fun when you don't. I need more facts to be able to understand. I want to know exactly what happens. I don't just want to know, have a tiny little clue about how it works. I want to know exactly how it works. So it's not good then if it's not, you know. But I guess I'll just have to look up something myself and learn more in another way. So. And this book example there. Babies. Maybe some YouTube video instead. But we'll see. Anyway, what annoyed me the most of this one actually was having to copy and paste, and there were no RDP. So I had to go through this, paste in the little tiny box if I didn't want to type all of this. Maybe I should have just typed it all. But it would be kind of boring, right, on stream too, to just type it all. This wouldn't have to be pasted, so, but all the others. Oh well. So I just skipped this part, last part here, and we'll see if I do. I think this is probably a totally different thing, so. Seriously, maybe I should watch. There's a video on them, right? Maybe sometimes I know the people making the videos actually add stuff. So we could always look at that, or I can, or whatever. But let's look at Obsidian to-do lists that I just added stuff right at the start of stream. And we'll fix these things, so. Here to do. Add scene switch. Make sure camera format is the right one. So in Streamer Bad, I want to have a check. So let's just. This is supposed to be an automatic one. So. And it's supposed to be on scene switch. And I want to know if I can detect from OBS when a scene is switched. Event. Scene changed. There, scene changed. I can detect that. And yeah, it's from main OBS. And scene name. So, scene Annie. Yeah, good. And then we will test run this. And we will check what variables we got. And can I move this window? Yeah. So. This is not much. But that's of course, yeah, scene name, some scene. It's a test one. So if we would actually switch scenes now, we should see actual history. So if I switch to my right screen where we have our sleeping Kali and we switch back, we should get scene switches that are actually real here. And this is just updating the time, the clock on screen. Now we have left screen here. So this was when we switched to left screen. So then we can see if the screen is one where we have the tiny camera in the corner, then we want the round one. And if we have the scene that is, let me show you the OBS too. We have here now, if I would click, instead of using my Sammy to switch to the scene, if I switch in Sammy, it looks like this. Oh, sorry. That was my hand, my arm doing it. So if I switch on this to the big cam, it goes big, and I switch to the left.
New follower Twitch. New follower Owen Codes. Less than 3.
Welcome, Owen Codes. Welcome in. And if I do it there, only on the Sammy buttons, then I get it automatically changes, but I don't get that if I switch them here. So where is the... God, I have too many scenes now. I'm blind.
Age
there
says.
It is. So now we still have the round one.
Owen is that guy that I bump into at every party but never talk to.
And this is where I view chat, so I can't see anything right now. What are you talking about, people there? So yeah. Right, I'm also thinking I have too many of these messages.
Owen Codes says. Haha, funny lol.
So, but welcome in and thanks for the follow, Owen Codes. Thank you. So, when I'm in the scene, this is fine, of course, but if I was going to show you something, then I want this one. So, let's say I was showing you my...
Irish Pride. Translated
if I was showing
Indonesian.
You the robot arm that we're going to do fun stuff with, then I wouldn't want the tiny round one, right? I can switch these here too. Let's see. Oh, well. If I just click...
Age says.
This, and then
it's about
manually
time I follow you,
this.
Bob.
So then I wouldn't want this, because I might want to show something bigger. So let's fix that. Here. So now we found which one to use. So let's... I tend to do code here, but I'm trying not to. But I'm also trying to think when it's reasonable to actually use code. And I'm thinking it's quite reasonable now because I want to do ifs, and I can't imagine doing that anywhere else. Even if this editor is this editor, it's still better than trying to, So we want to check here. Depending of which scene this is, we want to do different stuff. So if it switches to the one called, let's see here, it's called Cam Big. If we're switching to Cam Big, then we want it to, let's put that on my right screen actually now, because we're not using the VM anymore. So if, and already I feel a need to open my Obsidian in VS Code, where I happen to have my backup script of the functions to just simply copy and paste this. The horrible way to get the variables in the streamer bot. So let's paste this and let's just use the obs.cname. I think it says OBS. The tiny text also. That's one reason why streamer bot would be I would be grateful for it to be updated a bit. So we have let's call this scene name. Oh, scene. 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 If scene. Oops.
Age of one tribe, age of one woman.
No, I'm not. No, I don't know where to actually watch for scenes. Oh. Emotes. I was like, what's that? That's kind of funny, right? Actually, I prefer if it's like that, but we'll see. How did I do it here to have? Yeah, I had them like that. Johannes, if you're still here, this is your code, you know, for you. So we need to. So let's make this a bit smaller. Why is it so big? I don't know any other. Actually, since there's nothing else, we don't need any more information, right? So let's just, no, right. This is streamer, but so of course we can't close the window because we have another open. So if scene is I'm going to actually copy the name, which means studio mode. Click it. F2, Control C, and paste there. Yeah, it's just spaces. I just wanted to make sure. If this is, then we want to switch the camera. I wonder if I have this in. It's like setting it active. Let's check what we have in Sammy. For this is what's on my phone, and when I run this camera big, it does source change visibility. And I think that we have source change visibility, like similar thing here. So let's cph.obs and see if we can find something like source visibility. If anyone happens to know how to we're not going to hide them, we're going to show them. So I'm sure I have used this somewhere. Yeah, here, visibility, set source visibility state.
Patrick says, I think it's time for you to change the title.
Oh, do you think so? That's a good suggestion. Let's do that. Let's do like, yeah. Let's do. I'm just copying this because we always have the two messages, right? There. So, is it updated? Thanks for the suggestion. So, maybe this should be programming too. Let's leave it as science. It's sciencey enough. So if we switch to this scene, we want to set the scene is actually, we can look at Sammy here because we don't have to. Its scene name is camera. I'm typing that slow because I know that sometimes it adds an extra character and sometimes it doesn't. So we wanted to set the full screen, and we have this automatically to just be one active. So the other one is disabled automatically. State. Let's remove connection. We don't need that. Let's assume true is what it wants, and let's compile. And it wants an int.
Have to go out in the fine weather. Ha in bra dag smile smile.
Yes, hi bra dag. Thank you for coming. I'm going out soon too. After lunch at least. Oh, look what popped up. So I have this reminder to do this more. This pops up at 11 and 19. So that's a reminder that it's 11 o'clock too. So we need to do this, but it can just be as simple as removing the state and try compiling and semicolon, people. I forgot the semicolon. Isn't that the classical one, right? At least that's the compiler is useful for something. That's good. I like StreamBot. I have to say thank you to the creator of StreamBot because it is useful. It's just that these tiny things, you know, that you can't even press Control S without it kind of bugging out like that. Now we can close this one. There. So let's test it. If we now go to this big cam, it should switch. It did, so it worked. So now we just have to do the other way, because we don't want it to stay the square one, right? So if I click my button on my semi buttons, then I get the right thing. So let's add this functionality to that we have on the left here to that one. So this one is called Camera A68 Round with Shadow. So I'm just gonna copy that and let's add it here. So I simply think we can have an else here. And then we can add an or if there are any other scenes where we actually want it to be that way. So there. It's so funny how it places stuff. And I'm pasting that so that I can copy this. There. And this was kind of a quick thing, but it's very useful, so we're doing some good at least. There. So now, if it's not the scene we're switching to, where we know we want the square camera, it should switch to that one. So it should work also with the not just the left screen, but the right screen, the different desk ones and everything. All the other scenes have the round tiny one. So let's compile. And I did remember the semicolon, but then I copied the wrong line. Hide. So we're finished with this. So let me now in OBS. Let's pull it up so you can see. Well, you can do all of it like this. So if I click this one, the camera disappears. If I click, let's see, cam big here, we get a big camera. If I click left screen, we get a round one. If I click, let's click big cam in OBS, and I'm clicking right screen now, which is one of the other else's. There is a delay, right? It's not as good. There's a delay. I'm not really liking this as much. When I switch using my buttons, I have kind of instant. What do you think? Is it quicker this way? Though it's actually not instant. It disconnected because something was wrong. Now it connected again. So left screen, I'm clicking left screen. Maybe it's not no difference, just a tiny bit glitchy all the time when I do that. I don't use the big one, Cam Big, very often. So, but I just wanted to, if I switch in OBS, I don't want it to be different than if I do it. If I do it on my Bosame buttons, I want it to still work, not manually have to fix that it's round one. Oh my god, 3 hours 35 minutes. Time is quick. So I'm going online again at, it's 11:05 now, and I'm going to online again at 14:05. But for the IRL test stream, and I think I'll be trying to try 720p and 1080p and see the difference between them, switch back and forth a bit more. Though I have to close the connection down in IRL Pro, the program I'm using on my phone to stream. It's not a complex IRL stream, it's just my phone. I want to be able to walk in the woods, take a run, go really like that. Though, if someone would have a suggestion how to strengthen the signal, can I actually use an antenna for my phone? Is that possible? Maybe I should just Google it, but if you have people to ask, you ask people. That's how I do it, at least. We did have another one though here. We've fixed this, so let's do this tiny adjustment to what I added last time. We have the stream duration information, but if there are no hours or no minutes, it still shows. So it's just empty. So we need to update it. So the stream duration here. Where is it? Stop started info. Is it this one? So let's change this name to stream duration, because that's what I was looking for. And then also we have the bug that sometimes randomly we get a message saying new follower, and then we get the new follower and the name. I used to have a message that was longer, but when I got raids, the TTS went crazy and I had welcome, blah blah blah, new follower, blah, 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 talking a long time. So I changed it to just new follower name, so that I always say welcome anyway. So people don't need two welcomes, right? So it kind of went crazy last stream. I'm very grateful to have had 3 big raids last stream. So I even missed a subscription because there were too much follow alert welcomes. So, but let's do this one first now. It's a code, and I'm going to try and fix this bit too, but the role didn't work as well there as this one did somehow. If someone knows why this doesn't work, I don't remember which line it was that didn't work, this or this. So I just simply used that and used a variable instead. I think actually I'll move this so it's more logical to have the commented out part up here, and this is what to look to fix. What we need to know now is to actually change the information here. So I am going to have a variable for the message that I'm going to adjust along the way. I was also thinking that this is kind of odd to have the send message, all of it, with just one character here as a change.
Fixerbot says.
New follower Twitch.
Welcome.
New follower Marcypopsis. Less than 3.
Welcome, Marcypopsis. You know, it's kind of helpful to have the TTAs pronounce the name, and I can just copy how it pronounces it. Is that cheating, people? So thank you for the follow and welcoming. So let's do message, and in here we're going to just add the first part, which is a comment here, to the string, and then we're going to there, I hope I didn't delete some character there. Getting a semicolon while you delete lines. Here, we just want message outputted. Instead of all this. Yeah, it's just message. So, message. And then we also want to paste it here. And do message. And, well, the first part here. And then we're going to split it up. And up here, we're going to have message and plus, of course. Can't I type a plus there? So message plus. This first one is just. Let's make it easier to read. I think this is easier to read, and then we have all the others plus equals, and we just want this tiny bit at the start. There. And I think it's easier to copy this one here. Or rather, we don't need it at all. We don't need an else. Only if we're remote. If we're not remote, then we're adding that this is not to be read by the TTS. We only want it read by the TTS if we're actually remote IRLing. Because then I want to hear it, you know? That's why I added this from the beginning, to be able to see when if I'm walking, taking a walk, and hear, oh, you've been out another 15 minutes. Oh, you've been out another 50 minutes. That's kind of the meaning. And also to test regularly that the TTS works in case I'm not having a popular stream. Or people just being quiet. Why are people quiet? So, let's split this down. So we're going to have another plus equals, and we're going to have quite a few of these. So we have stream duration, time, and I didn't have a semicolon there. So time, and this one we need an F for, right? And the and is also needed. It needs an if too. We need a semicolon there too. And then the time minutes needs. So if we have both, we need an and. If this is not, well, I think you kind of get it. We don't need the parenthesis there. Do we even need a point at the end? Because I would need an extra line. Should we actually add that? just like that. Well, how many of my messages with information has a dot at the end? None, so no other message has it. Let's skip that. So here we need ifs. So, my god, I just tabbed once. If, and there it added an extra one, because I do it automatically. When I add these, I just add 2 automatically too. So if maybe I should actually convert these. Let's do that. Yeah, they're supposed to be strings. Yeah, strings. So let's call them our. And then we have our. That's more readable, right? Readability over optimization of other kinds, actually. And we need string, minute, hours, minutes, right? And we just added this last time. And a semicolon. Then for a comparison, I'm thinking we should convert it to a number. So all of these are supposed to be Fs. So, oh my god, my eyes are going bad. I couldn't even see, I missed a key. So that's an if, that's an if, that's an if. Oh, it needs an and. No, no, no. It doesn't need, it's just one line. Let's skip the parentheses. We don't need them there. So here we want hours, but we want it as an int. So what is it? Parse in 32. Do I just type or do I check it? Let's do a quick Google just to make sure we do it in the best way. I guess I will just get what I was thinking to write. Oh god, full. Why did I click something saying full guide? Yeah, yeah, in 32 parse. Does it have any other ways? Try parse, yeah. Ah, whatever. Did I even copy that? We'll see. No, I didn't. Oh, it added the other parentheses again. And we want this to be not 0. So, and I'm doing this one next, but let's add it here too. And it will only type those if it's not 0. then we probably should have a test for is my brain working? Is that correct? Hours and minutes. If hours are not 0 and minutes are not 0, then we type and, because if there's just one of them, the thing is that it could be nothing too. So we need another case here too. Oops, Control C this, and the case that this would have nothing would be if I just this second started streaming, or if I'm not streaming. So when I'm not streaming, I don't want to see this message. So let's assume that OBS, or rather StreamerBot, has an OBS 1 for not streaming. So CPH, sometimes I start this before and it looks kind of funny to have stream duration just there alone in the chat, right? So cph.obs dot, no dot, 8.obs. I just do OBS to get this up every time. Get all them, not just the ones starting with OBS. You have to type 3 letters for it to start showing something. So, anyone has it on the top of their mind? Streaming? Is streaming? What could it possibly be? It's not start streaming, stop streaming. I just want to know if I'm streaming. Is streaming. OBS is streaming. There. That was what I actually thought it would be, or rather what I would have called it. OBS is streaming. And connection, let's skip that because it's our default is 0. We have 2 now, but it's still the default if it's streaming. Then we do this. We don't do this if we're not streaming. So let's just put the end down here. And that's nice positioning. So I guess we'll have to tab all of this in our manually. One is kinda spoiled these days, right? By this being done by the IDEs. There. So now we have, if OBS is streaming, then we do this. And the first is to check if it's remote or not. I also was thinking, should I have a tighter interval on like 15 minutes for remote streaming and 30 minutes for normal streaming, but I'm thinking that I would have to need 2 timers, I think. Or I could have a variable go tick-tock, of course. Okay. Yeah. I got a message about my kid's school, I noticed. So this is actually backwards, I noticed, because there's some texture on this side. I hadn't noticed. Well, we're done. I guess we should test it too. Let's compile first. Of course, we have a expected parenthesis. Did I forget to remove it from one of the F's? Yes, I did. There. So that's nice when it detects errors, and sometimes it doesn't. I'll just check. My brain goes language messed up because I was reading in Swedish and talking in English. So, okay. So the person he's normally with is not there this week. So, that was all. Yeah, and everybody, I noticed someone joining the Discord, and you're all welcome to join if you're not already in there. And then we can, talk stuff, and you get notifications when I'm online. And I'm actually just setting up so you can, I have not used everyone because I don't want to spam people with online messages, but I'm just going to add a role so you can select to get notifications with an @ on Discord. Because sometimes you don't want all the messages, you just want the one you're mentioned in, and it doesn't work in case you don't have the @ one. So I'm going to fix that. Unfortunately, you seem to be able to. I would like to add a question then when you join the Discord, to opt in to that. And to add that, I have to make it a community server. And to make it a community server, I need rules or guidelines and somewhere to send admin messages. So I added that yesterday. I don't want guidelines or rules, but it's hidden right now. But we'll see if it accepts that or if I have to show the guidelines, which only says, well, people, you know how to behave, right? Kind of that thing. To tell people how to behave, that's kind of not necessary. I believe that if you tell people how to behave, they will probably not behave as good as if you assume that they will behave good, right? Well, I think testing was about to be done. So let's try this. Stream duration. The problem is I can't test this. Let's put a bit of a test in the code here. Instead, after setting the hours, so let's set hours equals to 0 and try. Let's say we streamed only for 57 minutes. So I compiled, save, test. And we got 58 minutes, meaning it worked as it's supposed to. So if we instead of this do minutes equals 0, and it added this extra one there, and I avoided pressing Ctrl S barely. Let's test trigger this. Now we get 3 hours. Correct again. So if we now have 0 on both, what will happen then? So if we test trigger last time, and we got just stream duration, and this is actually correct since I decided to, instead of checking both, if both are 0, I did is streaming. Maybe I should have actually set it to, but when I'm not streaming, when I'm streaming there will be a number, so this should be safe. This should be all we need. Actually, this will never happen. 0 minutes, if it's actually 0 minutes and 0 hours, fine, whatever, the likelihood of it being just hours and no minutes, that's not very, or maybe you should say 0 minutes. Oh, my back hurts. Well, I think that's it. Let's look at Who's streaming? Oh. Whoa. So, who? Does anyone have any suggestions? We could do. He has Streamworks Monday. We could do Fred. If I can spell his name. What do you think? Yeah, he's only got 3 people so far. I'll probably get much more, but can I copy this? Yeah. There. Can copy that? If it's actually streaming, we have to look. Let's see. Is there a stream? There's a stream. I don't know if that's streaming. I think he just started 8 minutes, so he's probably going to do streaming stuff. We kind of ended with streaming stuff, so if you have any other suggestions, be quick. The stream duration one, that's my schedule. In like Excel style schedule. I was thinking, gosh, I gotta get a bit of order on my time here so I can do some more useful stuff, not just I'll sit by the computer, I'm going to study stuff, and then not just not stream while I'm doing it. A bit more accountable, all of that stuff. I just want to make sure we really remove the odd stuff, and there are no errors, and if we test trigger we get a reasonable value, which is actually correct too. We don't need seconds, right? I decided that's enough. We don't need the seconds. It's 4 hours, 2 minutes and 19 seconds now. So right, if I do this again, we can see if the TTS, of course, is disabled for this. The TTS will not read it double then, of course. No problems. Well, kind of finished. So I'm almost Control-Shift doing it by default here now. Where did I put that one? Just to make sure no one is online here. Because he seemed to be gaming, but maybe that was just... No, I think it's going more... Streamworks Monday. It's supposed to be streaming. On streaming stuff. So... yeah. So, thanks very much for joining me today, and I hope that next stream will be better, because this one kind of felt like me being annoyed at the THM AI stuff. So, yeah, have a great day, whatever time it is where you are. So, I'll be driving my kid to school soon, then I'll do the IRL test stream. I'll be trying to find some good place to walk that are not just by the center of the community and probably has worse internet connection. So we'll see. And trying 720 and 1080p there. So, and that will be in about 11, 12, 13. Well, yeah, 2.5 hours. Kind of exactly 2.5 hours. I'll be streaming again. So you're welcome back if you want to. If you want to join me on the test RL stream, and if you have any suggestions for that, please type in Discord too. So, thanks, and bye bye. and I'm fairly only, so that I can see the raid too.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. What the friggity frick?